All right, so where we left off is actually a little bit unclear because I haven't touched this project in a while, but we know the goal. And the goal is to basically be able to manage the dies is the goal. And as far as I can tell, last time what we did was we set up like the ability to open this, put that in like a separate input. We've also extracted, I think, I don't know if we did that on stream or before that, we extracted basically being able to select a skin here. We moved that to using the relational change set. So a look contains many, or like has many skins through this look skins table. So instead of like directly like assigning this relationship, we're actually editing this relationship table now. So we're not like selecting a skin, we're actually selecting a skin through a look skin change set, because that means we can assign dies to it, right? Because a look has many skins, but it does that through the look skins table, and the look skins table knows about which slots need to be filled with dies. So this Abaddon's mask skin has 4 die channels, and we can basically pick a die that corresponds to that channel. But when I currently click on one of the values, the app crashes, and it will tell me that I am trying to re-render, but you're only giving me these assigns, and I'm expecting field to be there because in here, when we select a color from the modal, so we are opening the modal, right? We select a color, a callback is called, and then we're updating our component ourselves to close the modal, but we're also sending a notification to the parent, because the parent is responsible for handling the form, and then the parent knows about, oh, okay, for this specific index, we have now selected this color, right? And we're also getting the name, and I think the name is what we set here, which is just the field value here. Because I think what we tried to do beforehand was trying to figure out if we can derive this from the field, but I don't think we can. So we have to explicitly give it the name of this field. If there's any other way, then we'll figure that out as we go. So the goal for today is probably not to do this anymore, because this doesn't seem to work. Okay, so the re-rendering of look skin input seems like you need to pass in not just like partial assigns, but you need to like, it's basically just calling updates. So you need to pass in all of the assigns that the component needs. Maybe there's another way. Maybe there's like a way to say that's like a partial update, or like I only want to update this field, but that's not what it seems like, because it's like it's asking me like, hey, you're not passing me the field. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is here. So what we're probably gonna do instead is we're gonna lift the state up. We're gonna lift the state into the parent LiveView, just like we did for the attachments. Even though it's a bit uglier and less reusable, it solves the issue, and then we can find out a better way, right? We need to be a little bit more like pragmatic and a little bit more like getting things done mentality. Like the time, like obviously we're still learning, and like LiveView is completely new to me, but we also need to make some progress because the deadline is nearing and we need to get shit done. So let me see exactly what we've done here. So I think we're still in the mood of trying to fix this. And we're definitely not ready yet. But let's see. So we're adding look skin die as an embeds to the form look skin, which is a change set. And then we tell it like, hey, you now have a relationship with dies, and you can like sort them, you can drop them, whatever else. I don't think we need sorting on it. But being able to drop a color makes sense to me. Like you should be able to, if you selected a color, to then just discard that color. Let me see. So I think the name approach that we did works for this. So as long as we just move this out, I think that should be fine. And then we should move this modal part out too. So we move the modal to pretty much the same as we did for the attachments here. I don't know if every attachment is like rendering a modal though. Doesn't seem like it. But where is the modal? Ah, here it is. Okay. So I think we can kind of do the same thing here, where we just say like, hey, you know, I am this like very stateful form. I know about which modals are open and which ones are not. The problem is, however, is that you're selecting both an input, like the helm, and then an index, right? So we're not just like on the look attaching like attachments, we're inside of a relationship inside of a relationship. So we know that from the notification, we know that we're sending the name. So we can probably do that. We can say editing look skin die. The blars. Hey yo people, so I got a problem with my VMware virtual machine setup and I'm using it for my internship. Been using VS Code, Laravel, Hurt, and PHP my admin on it. I launched it today and VS Code does not open at all. No clue. I'm sorry. Okay, so if it is here, then we should have... Yeah, this is gonna be very ugly. This is gonna be very ugly, but that's okay. I think. Yeah, this is gonna be not fantastic. I mean, I can render the modal inside of the inputs for. In theory, this modal does not really care. In theory, this modal doesn't really care, so this can just be the dice selector modal, because it's only one. There's never gonna be more than that, so that's okay. We can actually just... Oh. Okay. Modal wrapper, okay. How are we doing? We're doing not so great, but that's okay. Hope you're doing fine. Okay, so this is now inside of the component, right? So we can say... We can move this out as well. Handle on color selected. That means this thing doesn't actually need to know about anything. It just needs to, whenever it whenever you click on edit die, I need to notify that I want to edit this specific die. So I don't need to set any state anymore. Data key, I don't know what data key is for. Oh yeah, that's for the whole component. Yeah, so this goes out. And then I think we just move this here. And the index. Do I care about the name? Pretty bad cold and fucking annoying. Hopefully it'll be done in 3 days. Yeah, I hope so too. That sounds horrible. The color ID. Edit die. So we don't actually have to handle that anymore. Like we just need to bubble this up now and then the parent will render this, right? So I can say edit die fields field.name. This whole method can be gone. Notify the parent needs to be gone too, because it will automatically arrive. Like have that. Combo box options. We still need the fields then? No spray makes me feel like I can breathe in 4D. Okay. Okay, here's a silly idea though. What if we pass a callback to this? This thing doesn't really have any state anymore. Now, at this moment. So this doesn't even have to be a live component anymore. We're back to square one, guys. We're back to square one. Well, shit. Yeah, we are kind of back to square one. Dang it. Let me stash this. See what we have. Other than the fact that we have some merge conflicts that we resolved. So we used to have this. We now have a live input. Okay, so this already was there. Okay. I'm using Z, yeah. It's quite nice. It's a nice editor. What did I actually change though? Because it did fix some stuff. I'm inclined to just... Yeah, we're reverting pretty much everything that we did. Because I think here we did that change. What's on main right now? Wouldn't be surprised. I think I accidentally merged conflicts in? No. What is on main right now? Maybe we just have to sort of start over? Oh, the main doesn't have anything related to dice. So, okay. Oh, I didn't even publish this at all, okay. Why are your conflict markers so strange? Yeah, I think I fucked it up. I think I fucked up a rebase, and then that's why it's kind of fucked up. Okay, what am I doing here? I'm doing actually a lot of die business in general. I think maybe this PR is just grown too big. Like, look. I think this PR might be just doing too much. Okay, let's split out all the relevant stuff, right? So let's just yoink some stuff out of this. Add die. Selector. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. It's gonna be a bit ugly because I'm not actually cherry picking the commits. I'm just yoinking everything that I want the latest version of. Skin inputs. I think we can do without that for now. The selector modal is pretty nice to have. Don't think we need that. I think we do need this, but we can take that. We will need those changes too. We need this as well. Let's just keep that out for now. Okay, I remember this was a bug. Don't really remember exactly what the bug was, but we have a commit for this. Fixed an issue. Okay, okay. There's actually a lot of context. Maybe I should actually just like take these commits instead of like what I'm doing now. There might be a lot of context that I'm gonna be missing here. Okay, this is actually good. Maybe I can actually do the PR up until this point because we're rendering a dummy die selector modal. Need that. This is all looks test. This should be fine. Add ability to list colors and group them. It's not actually great at rendering this. Okay, we need to get those changes from the component itself. Because we do need that. This is the die selector modal, this is the inputs, the form. We want to render the colors, or we want to get the colors. And this is getting a message from the component. We're not doing anything with that yet. This is also not necessary. Okay. I think this component should still render. Should also pull that change in. The one where we can click on a... So this one. So what are we rendering now? Skin inputs. Okay, so this is doing a lot more. So this is checking if the skin is there. That's the same. And then we do this. And then skin die slots for every die slots, blah, blah, blah. Fields. So on a field, we're getting the look skin field now, and then we don't have access to the die yet. So we're also gonna get rid of this on click here. This is gonna do absolutely nothing. That's okay. That's fine. Okay, what's the issue? Has dies not found. Okay, that makes sense. Has dies. What was has dies doing? Has dies. Okay, it's just true for the debug sake. Is empty list true or false in Elixir? Remember, okay, it's true. What is the thing for this again? Is it like empty? I feel really rusty. I have to admit, guys. I feel really, really rusty. Enum empty? Is it? Oh, okay. That makes sense. I do not, or do it? Probably not. That map, nil. Oh. If skin. We're doing if skin here too, but this, I think this check is for something else. What is this check for? We don't have a skin. It's not gonna render the dye channel. But I think we do want to render the dye channel. So if skin do else triple. There is a skin, but there's no dye channels. Ah, okay. Okay. I don't really know what I should render. Like, weapons don't have dye channels, so I guess it shouldn't render. I guess. What are you complaining about? Oh. That is a bit ugly, isn't it? Oh, I think this is why we're passing yeah, okay, this is the reason why. So this is the reason why we would pass we would pass if the thing actually has ever, like, dye channels. Do you have off in the next 2 weeks visiting parents? Yes. I am off for 3 weeks. For components, we probably just want to make this one, right? Because, like, if you think about it, if you're rendering like a field that has a Boolean field on it, you would probably say weapons dyes false has dyes, yeah. But then dyes looks weird, right? This is like a little bit nasty. Can I like alias it or something? Because like for the component API, it looks kind of nice having dyes. But for when you're using it inside of the components, feels a bit weird. Okay, this makes sense. Backpiece. I think for now, backpiece, the API doesn't tell me which backpieces have it and which don't, so I think here we should also say dyes false. Okay. Add ability to hide dyes. Fetch all possible colors. Wait, I thought... Oh, this is supposed to be together with the other commit, but that's okay. Add die selector modal. This is not used yet. Okay, let's just run the tests. Probably just gonna fail some stuff. This color is undefined. Okay. Oh yeah, we changed those. Yeah, we changed this. So we're not doing this anymore. This is now split up. What are we getting back from this actually? So here we're just getting the list of colors, and then we group by is actually the test that we want to do. So we don't really care too much about this. Should probably just change the test to do this. And then... I mean, we could fully make this a unit test if we want to. But like, combining those two together is kind of nice, so I think I'll just do this. Like, we're testing multiple things now, but like we can easily unit test this without it, but might as well just get the database in there. Okay, not bad. So the majority of the time, we're gonna be fetching them from the database and blah, blah, blah. I could, in theory, just make my own list, and then, like, we can see if the grouping works, but this is fine. Okay. Okay. Oh, I think this is actually wrong. This is not group 1. This arity is actually 2. This is 1 and this is... Oh no, this is 1 and 2. So it is correct. Okay, so I think that's okay then. Like we have the die channels that we're rendering. We can click on them, nothing will happen, but that's okay. And it's changing depending on the skin that you pick. So that is already something we can, you know, go for. And then we're just sneaking in the die selector. Adds die, simple die slot support. We're not adding the ability to pick dies yet, but we are doing some prep work, such as adding a die selector modal. Okay. Just let this run. So what actually was the issue with this one? When a nested child would have an only child selector active, the parent would apply the one item styles to all their children. Instead, we should check for each child if they are the first child and the last child to determine whether they can span the whole size. Fixed an issue with one item styles being wrongly applied. When a nested child would have an only child selector active, the parent would apply the one item styles. Right. Yeah, so if anywhere in the die grids there would be a nested, like an element that would suffice as if having like as if being the only child, but it should only be the first element that is an only child or a last child. Or first child and last child. So that you know it's only just one in there. Right, okay. Set grouping. This is fine. This is unused yet. Alright. Oh, tests have failed. What happened here? Database busy. Lovely. Lovely way to die. Why can I not... Wait, why can I not retry this specific one? Is it because this is still running? I don't really care about that one. Cancel workflow. Hello, GitHub Actions, ding dong. Guys, this is what we're paying extra money for. Isn't that great? GitHub Actions, what a joy. Microsoft is like, yeah, dude, let's go. You guys now have to pay for if you're using your own runners, your own hardware, you still have to pay us. Like, hell yeah. Fucking great. Theoretically though, it is getting cheaper for the rest of us, according to their words. But still, it's a bit weird. Anyway, I do understand it, but because like there is a cost to it. It's just weird that it's the same price as like running the cheapest their hosted runner, which makes like no sense to me. And I mean, they're going after, I think they're explicitly going after the companies that branched off and like are basically selling hosted runners as if they're local runners. But it's fucked for the people that are actually using local runners, you know? It's a bit weird. It's a bit painful. A bit painful. I've never actually run into this, by the way, where the database was busy. A lot of warnings. Alright, tests are passing now, great. Okay, so if we work on top of this, what do we need to do? We need to add the die selector modal to the parent component, to the form itself, because in theory we also don't need to render like a die selector modal per skin look input thing. So I think that's a win. I think that is a win, that we can just do that. We've learned a lot in the last thing, but it's nice that we've sort of made it simpler. Well, I believe that you can build. I'm okay with that. Yeah, I don't really care. Even if the build fails, it's not auto-deploying yet anyway, so I'm not gonna wait for that shit. Okay, so I could have already continued working, but since I squash, it's like a little bit annoying. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is like die selector modal, right? Add die selector modal. So let's just start from scratch here. We should probably pull the changes for the actual form field here. So this thing we want. And this change we want. This is, we don't really care. This is what we have already. And then some changes from here is what we want. Yeah. Okay. So we want add dies relationship to form look skin. Okay. Okay, so now our form theoretically is able to handle dies for a look skin. And if the change set here is a form look skin, we need to double check that. I'm pretty sure that is what we've done in the previous two thingies. Field skin ID. Yeah, I think this makes sense. I think field here is let me double check. Is helm, and then okay. Form schema. Helm is a form look skin. Yeah, okay. And the form look skin now has access to skin dies. Yeah, okay. We are Gucci. We're good to go. We are good to go. Okay, next up, what do we need to do? We need to handle in the form. We're gonna be adding at the start. We're gonna add some state. We need some state. We need state that basically says, hey, which look skin die. Editing look skin die. Index. It's not the index though. We need both the look skin. So this starts as nil. And then what we need is we just copy this. We need a way to handle an event that says, hey, I want to edit die. And then what we need is we need the name or the field, kind of. I don't know if we need to optimize for this and just only send the name, but that's okay. And then we say we update this thing and we put in a tuple, if that's possible, with the field and the index. And then what we need to do is when we click on the button, we want to how does Phoenix click work again? It's been a while, guys. Phoenix click. Phoenix click. JS push, ink, value, boom, bada bing, bada boom. We can also do this. Also the same thing. I like the Phoenix JS push approach. So we do edit die. And then we say edit die is what we called it, right? Yeah. And then the value needs to be field and index. So fields and index. And the index we have, and the field we also have. But I don't know if we can get this back. Like, the problem with the field is that we couldn't really derive very well from form schema name, like the name back to the field that needs to be edited. So maybe there is a way to do that though. Input ID, input name. Yeah, so this, I need the other way around. See, this is like, this is the other way where you're giving it like the resource and then the sub resource basically. So the form name or whatever else and then bada bing bada boom, but I needed the other way around. I need it back. Kind of. Form data. The value of a given field. Converts the data structure into a form, blah, blah, blah. Maybe I don't need this, but... It's fine. It's not completely necessary. We just, for now, just make it simple and we just say name. And then everything will be okay. And then we just pass name in here. And then for all these things, we're gonna pass in the name. Bit ugly, but it needs to. We need to get it done. Frick, it's not gonna work. This is what see, this is what autocomplete is really nice at. Nice for. Okay. Ooh. For weapon skin is gonna be an interesting one. But it doesn't have dyes, so... Let's be string. Oh yeah, oops. I don't know if atom is a thing, but seems like it's. Okay, so now when I click on this, it should call this methods, and then this should set look skin dye to be something. So let's just debug this. I click on this, I get helm as a string. Okay. That, I guess, makes sense. Because we're sort of serializing this data onto an element. First time chatter. I got a long question. I play mostly GW2 and some solo story games. I want to build a PC. I don't really know much. I heard run really well. Would you recommend Anything X3D or 9950 X3D? It's a good question, but I think any of them will do. I think any of them will do, to be honest. I think you're not gonna be wrong there. GW2 is an old game, but pretty much I haven't seen any issue with any of the later CPUs or GPUs. You're all gonna get just decent performance. But you just have to just consider not just buying for Guild Wars 2, right? Like are there other games that you want to play? So, okay, so let's click this. Shoulders 0. It should be shoulders 2. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's a good thing. So, okay. So now that we have that, right? We have that thing. What we're gonna do now is edit dye. We're now setting the look skin dye to be this. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna render out this modal. So we're gonna do the same thing as this. Then we're gonna see editing, look, skin, dye. Edit, look, skin, dye. And then what we're gonna open is the dye selector modal. Does that live in here? It does. You could argue that that's reusable, but... Okay. It's not access. Wait, what was it again for getting tuple? I just don't think the first. I guess it's just also an enum. Because I want this. Insert ads. I guess I can... Let me see, what am I passing in here? Colors, that's for sure. And then... we assign colors to data, so it's like an alias. It's really annoying, but that is just what it is. This is a very ugly thing, but maybe it's not worth it, but we'll find out. Selected color, do we care? You satisfied with the 7800 X3D we forgot we're still? Yes. 100%. It's completely fine. Obviously, newer is better, you know? Like, you will always get better time, but I'm pretty sure... there is some maps that you will not get 144 FPS, but you will run the game just fine, and I'm streaming with it too. It's completely okay. Let me think here. Passing into colors. We're not setting the current color. We need to know... oh, on color select, actually. So we just pass the color and then on color select. Oh, but this is actually kind of fine. Yeah, this is actually kind of fine. Why does it look like that? Oh. The only thing is... notify parents. I'm a bit confused about this part. I'm having a regular callback, and then I need to update my components. Do I need to pass the socket around? Because this is just like, give me back the thing. I'm not messaging anybody. I just want a callback. Because I don't know where this is going to be used. So let me see what we did earlier here. Handle on color selected. And then we updated ourselves. But I think if we in theory can notify ourselves, our parents. And it should still be fine. So let's just do that. Because we are ourselves. Like it's also doing it, you know? It's like it's sending a message to myself. With the field, with the blah blah blah. And then we're handling the message. I don't know if that's the best way. Whether that's necessary. It seems a bit weird, but let's just do that. Let's just handle it as an event, right? So handle events. Select die. Okay. It's not a handle event though, it should be this. But we're sending a message to ourselves, which would be a bit weird. So how is it that if we're notifying our parents, how does it get the sockets? Invoke to handle messages from other Elixir processes. See kernel send handle info for more information. It should always return no reply. Messages sent and the state of the current state of the gen server. Right. And the state is the socket. So it's a gen server that has socket as state. Ah. Yeah, and since the state is the socket, if I send the message, I always have the socket. Okay, but how do I get the state of... What is handle cast? Folks, handle the cast from other... Man, it's been a while since I've done anything with gen servers itself, like directly, so I can't remember exactly what those things are. So if I have a callback, how do I get access to the sockets? Because I can do the little flippity floppity where I have the callback and then I send myself a message, which is fine. I don't mind doing that. Find 4? Oh, yeah. Okay. I think we just take the naming from the same one. So what we had here was like handle on color selected. which I prefer to not be in this massive thing, but here we are. We will be extracting some stuff later on, I think. So what are we getting here? We're getting the collar. Wait. On the editing look. Yeah, so this is the tuple, right? This is the tuple and then the color that was picked. So handle on color selected. And then what we're getting here is a tuple of the field and the index and then the color. And then what we need to do with that is send ourselves a message. How did we do that again? Check that from here too. Send message. Send. Is it weird to send yourself a message? I have no idea. I assume it's like this. I think the tuple actually... Did you just 6, 7? I hate it here. We can still pass the tuple, I guess. Die selected. Handle info. Handle info here. What we're sending is a tuple here, but oh boy. Is that what we want? Field and index. Okay. We just do a little bit of this business here. Oh boy, this is... Ay, 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 ay. The form schema says like this, right? Bought anything from the Steam sale? No? Maybe this is not Phoenix HTML related. I feel like it kind of is. But I guess the API they have is just input value, right? Like I just want a field and then get the input value from it. Form and fields. Fields. Because now I need to make changes. I need to make changes to the... Let me think. Here in the form, skin inputs. I need to actually render an input for this as well. So I'm in here, and what I actually need to render here is I need to do an input for. How do I do that again? Or is it like, it's a component now or something, right? It's like kind of silly. Inputs for. Okay, let's just actually just go back to the bare basics, right? Instead of like thinking about the UI, let's just go to the bare basics. Let's render the die channels. So when we pick a skin, we need to fill the schema, prepare the schema with the slots, right? So let me see. So when a skin is selected, what happens? Combo box. The combo box just changes the skin ID. And then we just validate. When does this need to happen? Because let me think about it, right? Like if I were to just like go back to the basics and just render out the fields, like kind of like this, right? I would just render like a drop down of possible colors, and then I would pick the one for this specific die slot. But if I change a skin that has less die slots, it needs to reset all of the values and inject placeholder items in there, right? But where does that need to happen? Like here, attach placeholder elements. Because like validate shouldn't do anything, right? Am I crazy? Because how the form currently works is it has like a Phoenix change, and then on a Phoenix change, so if any field value changes, if any input field changes or whatever, I call validate. And then what validate does is it takes the form schema elements here. So let's just see what happens. Let's first just build this thing from like, so here we are, right? We're inside of a field. Inside the fields there are dies, and then for every die, We went to render a select. I think we have a component for that already, so we just use that. Oh, it's just input, okay. What's up, sweetest? How's it going? So for this die fields, what are we actually inputting here? So we're getting a skins dies and then color ID. Right, and then it's like... Do I know the index on this or not? Okay, I think I have an index. And then for the options, we just want to take colors. enum.take 10 enum.map. I think we can already do something with this, right? Ecto enum values? Oh, I don't think that's... URL keys. I think we already have something. Bum 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 bum. What is this? What does this thing need? Form components. Components. For components. Inputs. Select. What do you need? Input list. Keyword list. Okay, keyword list it is, I guess. What's the issue here? I think it's just... Oh no, it is an actual compiler. What? Well, I'm not gonna bother. Oh, I think it's because I'm missing the list, I guess. Are we good? No? Percentage? Oh yeah, wait, I still have this. Okay. Okay. Where is it? What am I rendering here? Okay, it doesn't have die. Yeah, so it doesn't have dies, right? But that is the issue. So when I select the skin, I don't like that it's unvalidate, right? Because if I don't do this, It's one of these skins with no dice. No, it does have dice. It's just the chain set doesn't know about it. So when you first render, right? Because we're in the edit state right now. When we first render, there's a couple things we need to set. Form schema.new. Right. It's starting all this shit. Edit. We get a new form schema, then we apply the chain set to it. I really don't know how to do this. Look form look skin from look skin, right? Okay. Dice. Look skin dice. I guess we can do it here? No, because this doesn't have a relationship with a skin. It just has a skin ID. So it needs to know about the skin. The form schema is just a relationship between, or the form look skin is a relationship between form look skin, the skin ID, the position of it, and then the dies. And in order to make the dies change set work, I need to know the skin ID, because the skin ID dictates how many slots there are. And that is annoying because this thing doesn't know about the skin itself, the skin object. But should it? Like if I say instead of this, it has one, embeds one, skin, form look skin. But then it would be like I can change the skin, which is not what I want. Like I'm not allowed, I shouldn't be able to. So what it could also be is from look skin, and then this is very risky though. Apply dice slots from skin. What's up, Cad? There's a couple weird cases, right? We have a look skin that has dies already, and then you change the skin, and then it should remove all the dies, right? Nothing much, just finished the 25th day of the Advent. Nice, very good. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with the API. Not happy at all with the API. We create the form schema from look. Skins is not in that, right? Skins is on the component. So theoretically we have access to it. Doesn't have to get the new skins every single re-render. Did the signs new? Sign new. Oh man, oh man, oh man, what a struggle. What a struggle. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Right, let's continue. Ads should be over, I suppose. Are the ads over? I think so. Anyways, welcome back. Let's continue. So... yeah, it was 3 minutes of ads, and it's like... it's been 5 minutes, so... okay, let's think about this. Let's think about this. The skin that we're getting here... the skin and the look skin are not related at the moment. Selecting one just sets the skin ID for the other one. You can add the ad bar on your OBS to see when ads will play and such. Ooh, nice. I did not know about that. On regular OBS? I'll take a look at that. I don't like pre-rolls? Yeah, I do not either, but I haven't really looked into it too much, but that's what I should get to. So the issue that we're having here is every time we change a field on the form, so let's say for example we change the skin, all we're getting, the only way that our internal state is updated is by is simply by doing the validate method, which will make a new change set from this, and then it does a to form, right? So the form has been updated with the new values from the change set, which then also does an action validate, which then in return adds like all the errors and stuff. The problem is this form state by itself theoretically does not have enough information by itself in order to determine whether it should add certain fields or not. And so I think what we have to do here is we need to update the chain set in order to derive or add it to this method. Because this just gives me a chain set back. So in theory, I can just add it in here. Like every time you call the chain set, it would also update but that would mean that the chain set needs to know about the skins. Form schema. Let me see, how am I calling this? Form schema is the schema itself. Because, like, theoretically, right, it needs more context. Like, this form schema needs more context in order to determine what should happen to these fields. It needs access to all the skins. But that is a bit problematic too. If this, very confused. If this were to be like a regular Ecto schema, right? If we weren't doing any embeds, you would add a relationship to it that says like, hey, yeah, you're now like has many or like whatever else, embeds many or whatever. Like this. So you would say like, okay, we have a relationship between like a look form skin belongs to, I guess it belongs to one thing. Belongs to. And then you would know that then you would have access to, based on the skin ID, you would probably also immediately embed this thing in, like, with it. So if I update, I'm not actually sure if that's the truth though. If I were to have a drop down where I change a comment and I set its parent ID, which is the post that it belongs to, right? I don't know if the parent all of a sudden is also available. Because I think in that case you would need to do this like dance thing where you need to preload, I think, in order to get that. So another way would be, that's also impossible. Yeah, I'm not really happy about this. Because in our case, if we build the chain set, I need access for this form look skin. I need to have access to the skins that are needed for that. And so what I could potentially do is I add a virtual field. I think we've done that too in some places. So we could say, okay, we have the skin as a virtual field. But then we would need to set that virtual field every time. But I guess if we're doing that in a chain set, that is not a problem. Yo, catch you later, Cad. Because look skin has a skin. So for this one, it's actually not that difficult. But once we start editing it, it's a bit problematic. Can I make this nillable? Yes. Okay, so we have a virtual skin on it, and then every time this thing changes, this is only set once. Oh, this is still called attachment, which is funny. Okay, so what I need to do here is I need to look at how many skins, how many dye channels there are, right? So here we have the skin. If the skin is there, I don't know what the right word for this is. So we just add the looks, we pass the look skin, I think, which is the easiest way. So when there is a case where there is no skin, and in that case, we render empty. Because if there's no skin, it could also be module not loaded, right? I think that's automatically the case. Module not loaded. Dye slots though. Where are we using this? When we're creating the look skin, we're actually with dye slots. It's. Okay. Okay. But then we're okay, right? Then we just need to fill the slots. I think that's okay though. I think we can just do die slots. And then we need to start with that, and then we need to map over them. And then... Exactly. We need to create a new one. We need to kind of zip them, you know? Enum zip. Zip. Can I zip and map? Zip reduce. Zip reduce. What does this actually do? Reduces all over all of the given enums, halting as soon as an enumerable is empty. Reducer will receive 2 args. A list of the elements, 1 for each enum. Ah. So I get 1, 2, 3 as the elements. Zip and unzip, yeah. I think that's what it is. So I think that would work here. Enum.zip, which we would need the dice. So we're zipping the die slots, which is like a list of, what is it? What is it actually? Die slots is a map. Wait, we're already kind of doing that. Wait, what the fuck? Die slots with colors. With index. Enum find position equals to the die slot. Right, actually that is correct, yeah. The zip actually doesn't work. So with die slot already gives me the die, and the dies is a look skin die. Okay. So what I need here is for every enum, I need a form look skin die. Yes. Okay, but this is actually kind of easy. Let me think here. What am I doing here? I'm checking all the die slots for this look skin. So this is only working for the case where a skin is present, right, from the start. We're then creating this look skin die. We're attaching it to the dies here. And then we're getting a chain set. I'm regretting every decision I've made so far so much, but that's okay. We'll continue going and we'll refactor later. Okay, so let me think. This is the die slots. And what does the die slots do? Once more, with die slots. Get the die slots from the skin. Enum over them. Give them an index. Iterate over them, map over them, find the dies attached to this thing where the... Find the thing, otherwise you get a nil. So what we're getting is like, there's two cases here. There is the case where this is a look skin die. And in that case, we can do this. But there's also the case where it's nil. And then we just need to do new. We might have to enum with index though. Because like in our case we have a position, but in the new case we don't have a position. Does that work? Expected key value pair. Okay. What if I do just the module itself? Look skin die. I think this works. Enum with index, die slots. No. Okay, let's extract this. So when there's no dice slots, when does that happen? I thought it would always be a list. From schema. User, get user look. With associations. Skin, dyes, color. Look, skin, get the dyes, color. Is a look skin has many dyes. The dye has a color. Yeah. Look skin dye has a color. Yeah. Okay. So in what case is this? So in when is this the case? It's unfortunate that it doesn't give me access to look here. I would like to see what look is. Which look we're looking at. We're editing 8. Oh, we're editing 8. Yeah, that makes sense. Dr. Dozer, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so look 8 is this. And it contains... It did have pretty much everything, but not the weapons. I think the weapons are actually empty. So I guess in that case it can be nil. So... I guess the rest is just die slots. Sorry about that. Don't like the name of this. But it's okay, it's private. Okay, we are rendering. What am I thinking about here? So we can check now for the change set. So for the edit side of things. For the edit here, the change set that we have here. Form schema change sets. Why do we need to store the schema and the change set separately? That just... Oh, okay. I don't know exactly. Okay, I want to see what the schema looks like. No dyes, but it has a skin. The skin is empty. What is GW2Style? If you do exclamation mark GW2Style, it will explain it. But the TLDR is basically just a website to show off like your Guild Wars, which is a video game. The look of your character, basically. So it's like showing off your fashion. When it's a helmet from look skin dice, dice slots nil. Is dice slots actually nil? Skin is here. Dice slots are there. And what is this color ID? Is this actually a relationship that we have? For look 8. For look skin 53. I don't see any relationships. So what are these color IDs then? Skin. Slots from API. From API. Oh. Interesting. In some cases the default dice slots are empty and require overrides based on race. Example, cultural armor that is restricted for certain race might have a race override. Right. That's what we're doing. For certain races, we have different amount of die channels. And I think what we're getting is just the highest amount. And then what we're doing here, when die slots isn't equal to nil. So with armor and with weapon skins, we're doing it. And we're calling that in pretty much every location. Yes. The die slots are there. And the dies that we have are empty, which makes sense. That does make sense so far. That in fact does make sense. So where we're at right now is that the state of this is correct. So the dies are correctly being... No, wait, they're not. Form look. Torso look skin. Yeah, okay. This is all the look skins. Sure. And then here we get to where we need to be. Helm, dies are empty. Why is that? Because I can see the die slot is there. For skin this. Let's see. For that specific skin, there are 4 die slots. Look skin. Oh, wait, yeah. Whoopsie. That does make a lot of sense. If there is a skin, iterate over the die slots. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. What's the issue here? Called with arguments. Die slots? Oh. Yeah, okay, so this is what I thought. So I do need to zip. So there's also dies on here. And then we enum.zip reduce. And then what we want to get is a list. So what we're doing here is a list of both. So it should be die slots. Wait, but what happens if a list is not complete? Halting as soon as the enumerable is empty. Yeah, so that's the issue. So we need to iterate over the die slots and then map when the position matches with the position of the dies here. So I think that's what we were doing earlier in here. We map with index over the die slots. And then we find within the dies. Wait, I'm really confused. With die slots. Die slots is... It's telling me that die slots is supposed to be a die. It's supposed to be a die based on a position and otherwise returning nil for that position, which is correct. But that's not what I'm seeing. Because what I'm seeing here is that we're mapping over a die slot. Die slots. Just coming from the API. I'm very confused. What am I reading here? With die slots. Map put die slots. Dies. It says dies is a look skin die. So that's what I'm confused by. Module. Die slots. Really confused now. What is happening? Die slots. Skin die slots. Oh, wait. No, it was on look skin die. So that's why... Interesting. So if I go for the skin die slots, yeah, I get something else. That's why I was going for the die slots on here, but it says that one is nil. Okay, this is correct. Now we're not getting die slots anymore, I suppose. Apply action. I thought I removed that one. Thought I removed all the DBGs. Oh, it's still one here. Okay, we're not reaching that. So... what we're reaching is this one. Nil. Look skin. Skins look. Enum look with die slots. Okay. Let's just continue this for now then. Alright. Colors not found in... colors not found in color ID nil. Skin input. Okay, but this is a good error actually. Because I think we're just trying to render. Colors not found in blah. Colors not found in this field. Sure. Okay, fine. That's okay. I can just hard code this actually. Just give me like a couple colors. Just for the sake of it. Isn't this what it's supposed to be? I'm trying to do keyword lists. Thought it was just like this. Okay. Okay, here we go. This makes sense. So I can now pick from any of these values. Then when I change, it crashes. This other says raise. Form, look, skin. Right. Is invalid. Color ID is invalid. Why is that actually? That is a color, no? Or is it... Dice, color ID. Dice, color ID. Value. Look at me deleting the entire Val TTS I was gonna send because we keep these streams appropriate to become a better you. Nice. I'm proud of you. These are being recorded, so yeah, that does make sense. Why is it invalid though? So that would mean we are in here and then we're checking the cast for caller ID, validate required caller ID. Integer validation cast. What is the value? Is invalid, is invalid, is invalid. Position 1. Valid true. Persisted ID 2, unused caller ID, empty string. Why? How? Oh, it's the other way around? For fuck's sake. Fine, fine, fine. Okay, I can just do... Okay. Here we go. All right. All right. Very cool. So what happens if I save now? Which one was it? I think it was this one. Okay, it did not actually store the value. It did not save it here either. For ID 8. And then it would be look skin ID 62 to 70. No. What's up, Mercs? Welcome in. Okay, so that is interesting. So we're doing this. And then I need to know what the actual form state is on this change. So let's go to validate. And I want to kind of know what happened here. Make a change. The whole thing resets. And we go to Helm. Action updates. Dies. Replace, 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 replace. Insert. Position 0. Color ID 1. I think I'm missing something. Because I think we're doing a drop here as well. So we need to do that little crazy drop thing. This thing. Oh boy, this is nested, so... That's dice. Fun times. So Mercs, seeing this channel is one hell of a throwback. Yo, welcome back. Good to see you. Did I see some hard-coded options? Yes. Currently, yes. This is gonna be interesting. Not entirely sure if this is what I want, but... Replace? I don't know if that's normal or not. Helm. Color ID 1. Valid true. But then when I save, it doesn't actually save it. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while, by the way. Can't remember if this username is Kim or if it's someone else. Hope you're doing well. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? I need to check when the saving happens. Change that apply changes to look attributes. Skin ID position. Yeah, I think this is the issue. Let's just do it a little bit nasty for now. Just for the sake of it. Armor fields. Get the field name. I have too many debug statements. Okay, look skin. Dies is empty. And here dies is not empty. And then we're getting form look skin die. So we need to map those as well. Oh man, I hate this decision that I've made so much. Oh, I hate this decision. You're right. Hope you're hope pretty good. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. I'm just really very much regretting the decision that I've made. Very much regretting the decision that I've made here. So what we're getting back is form look skin, which makes sense. No, it's not a form look skin. We get this back. I'm just gonna do this quick and dirty and then see what we're up to. I thought we had methods for this though, like 2 something something, but guess not. Okay, we're getting the dies, then we're iterating over them, and then we're transforming them back into the look skin die. So look skin die. Just no autocompletes because probably this is erroring out. What is the issue? I don't see it. Oh, there we go. So what we need to store in a database is look skin ID, which we will have because this is all associated to this look skin, and then die is just the color ID in a position. I think now this should work. So we're black, we're saving. And then it says everything needs to be required, which is incorrect, right? So I think this is coming from look skin dye, where we say validate required color ID. What we also need to do is filter out all of them. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do enum.filter. I hate this so much. I can tell you that much. And then if the dye end dye.color ID, then it can stay. Otherwise, okay. Yeah, the percentage. Thanks, Brainless. Okay. What happens? Something went wrong. Color I. Oh my god. Syntax. What a concept. Okay. Did we save something? We did. Okay. Should show up again as black. Okay, this is big, actually. This is big. Okay. As ugly as this is, it's all about making sure that this is mapped correctly. And then when I switch to a skin that has less slots, that is the issue. This one has 3. It's not actually swapping. Okay, but that makes sense because on validate we're not actually changing that. So unhappy with my decision. It's okay though. So the on validate, or actually the form change set here should. This thing needs notion of the skins that are being picked. That is just important. Thanks, Vix. I think this is what it comes down to, right? Because now, like, let's say I have a new page. So I have like a new look. I don't have any skin. So I don't know the dye slots. But then as soon as I pick one, only the skin ID is changed. Which means I should check, hey, if the skin ID is set, I should render or I should fill in the appropriate amount of slots. All right. Yeah, so we need to figure out every time the form updates, we need to check how many. Well, how many thingies we need to render? But on the validate method, we don't know that it changed. So what happens if... Let's close all these. Form events. Phoenix change. Use the Phoenix change and Phoenix update. You may wish for an individual to use on-change event or target. This can be accomplished by annotating. Oh, look at that. Sweet. Okay, so this is exactly what we need, actually. Because whenever the skin changes is when we need to care. So... Phoenix... Change. I don't know if my combo box allows for passing that. But I think we do. Let's find out. Let's just do it like this and see what happens. Are we doing anything with this? Phoenix update ignore? I think Phoenix change still bubbles up. Because otherwise we wouldn't have gotten that event. So let's just add this. Yeah, it should crash because it should call handle events with email changed. Okay. That is actually really big, because that means... Yeah, that actually is really big. And this is actually gonna solve our issue. So, skin selected. Oh, this is a bit interesting though. Because I assume that I don't know if we're gonna run into a race condition if this is actually a thing. Because let's say this change handler happens, but there's also a message for the validate methods. And we both update the state. I don't know what will happen. So I don't like... It's kind of a bad idea, isn't it? The thing is, though, is that if we need to recalculate how many fields there are every time, I don't know if that's a good idea. Because the thing is... The fact that I'm doing this in LiveView is just making it so much harder for myself. Because there's just so much, I feel like, so much front-end state that seems to be, like, annoying to handle. Okay, let's see if it bubbles up. Let's see if it will handle both events. So Phoenix update. Skin selected. I think it will do both, but let's just double check. Okay, so we have an event that says skin selected. I don't know what we will get from this. Something. No idea. We return the socket and we debug something. Okay. Why am I not debugging anything? Oh, it's Phoenix change. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. Okay, we select the skin, and as you can see, it did not fully re-render. It did not reach validate. So, but that is, I think, okay. Because we can sort of just call this ourselves if we need to. But what is this something though? Form schema. This is the change that we got. Well, I guess this change that we get here. Fuck's sake. Okay. Just wanted to check if that was the thing. Oh, that's not allowed. So if I change this, something is the whole form schema. So that's not ideal, but it makes sense, right? If you're handling the event closer to the source, then it makes sense. You're changing the skin, we need to know about it because we need to change part of the change set. I think what we'll just do is we'll just do it. Probably the easiest way is to just do it on validate. Feels weird, but... So what we're getting here is like, we're trying to get this schema for this, but we also need the selected skins, right? So from the socket assigns skins. That can be, it's like a really big list. Can do it after the chain set, maybe. If we just pass it the skins, then that is okay. optionals. Kind of scary. Well, here we can just say the skin, right? The selected skin if it is existent. And then we can say the dice, change set for this. Can we just do dice here? Look, skin. Dice slot is just a list. So if we just do there's a couple scenarios, right? There's one where you're changing a field, but you already have dice set up. At the start of the form, you have change sets. You have a bunch of form skin dice. Oh man, this is so annoying. Because what I want is I want to delete these ones. I want to replace them or delete them. I'd rather like wipe them out completely. Do you actually want to wipe them out completely? Probably not. So I think this is fine. Okay, so let's say we pass on the skin. What do we want to do? We want to check the Luke skins, and then we want to cast embeds. The dice based on the attributes. Oh man, what do I actually want to do? You select the skin. Okay, how about this? How about we do the on change? Not sure if that's the correct way to do it though. Let's just say I do the on change, right? Phoenix change, handle, skin change. Skin change, sure. Let's say we just do this, right? Oh no, we cannot actually handle the full form. Because we don't have the full form schema data. Only the individual inputs is sent as params for the input mode. While possible to use finished individuals, those inputs must still be within the form. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Struggle, struggle, struggle. Is my UI pattern just is such a weird one that it's just hard to think about? It feels like I'm depending on a value in the form. I'm changing the form schema, right? I'm rendering less or more fields. Which is like really like dynamic forms. Like depending on the value you pick, you change the underlying form. Okay, let's just go do it quick and dirty again. Let's do it. Let's just do it for Helm first. So what I need to do is I want to... What do I need to do? I need to find the skin first. Yeah, we're not looking for look params either. I need to like for all of the fucking things, for all of these fields. I'm just gonna do it quick and dirty, okay? Sub Dev Ninja. Welcome in. Dev Ninja, I guess. Welcome in. Don't look at the code, guys. Don't look at the code. I'm going like crazy hacking mode now. I really just want to see if this is gonna work. So I have the skin ID is equal to 2 dots. Yeah, I mean, that's not great because we haven't even costed it yet. Okay, so maybe I just give it skins. Oh my god, I'm pressing all the wrong keys. File has changed. No, it hasn't. Okay. Oh my god. Do I get a value from a change set again? Right, I'm going complete nasty now. I'm like, this feels horrible, but I feel like I'm feeling I'm at a point where I'm like completely unsure if this approach is viable or whether I have to like cancel it altogether and sort of do another rewrite, which not looking forward to that one. Not looking forward to that one, if that will be the case. It would definitely be possible. Oh, prepare changes is a thing. This could be useful. What if we just let it do its thing? And then we prepare changes? And then we say... For this look skin... We get the dyes. What is exactly your problem? It's a lot of things. I'll explain to you in a little bit. Let me just finish my train of thoughts. Chain of thoughts. Getting the dice. I need to check the skin first. I don't know if change is... What does get change do? So only if there is changes. So that is actually good. Because that means if the skin ID has changed... Change set... Skin... So if the skin ID has changed... Then we want to change... Then we want to prepare the dies, right? So then we... Skin ID... Then the skin itself is... This. And then... We need to check the dies. So we don't need the change, we need the field. So the value. And the value is gonna be inside... I don't know if it considers like all of these changed. Fetch field. Changes, data, body. The given field from changes or from the data? Only looks at the current changes to retrieve the value. Otherwise it looks back at the data. That's kind of what I want. Get field. Gets a field from changes or from data. This is what I need. Okay, so get field. So dies. Change sets. Dies. And then... let me think. It's gonna be moved actually. We get the dies, and then we get the skins die slots. Oh boy. In theory, the dies here should already contain like empty values. But we need to fill them up. Okay, so we get the values, get the fields, we need the skins. Okay, this can only happen when the skin is actually there. So if we do skin dot die slots. So we have the skins die slots, and then what we need to do is we need to check at the dies and then fill up or remove that amount of die slots. So what we need to do is We iterate over the die slots. And then we map. And we don't really care about the value of it. And then we check. What did we do in this scenario? In this scenario, we iterate over the die slots with index, we map, and then we find. But we don't really care about that. Or do we? Can we do a when block for this? So can I do like... No, I don't think so. What I want is... Okay, let's just do it quick and dirty first again. So I get the dies. What do I get back from this? Okay, the actual value. So this should actually give me a list of change sets. And then... We can actually zip these. No, we cannot zip these. Because zipping them would reduce it to the shortest amount. Which we cannot do. Like, we need the actual amount of slots that are on this. And then we need to check. I feel like this logic is like duplicated everywhere, but okay, we need to dice. Enum. That finds. Die. And this is a change set. So we need a get field into die. Just say die change set. Or the field position is equal to the something and index. So if that is the case, what am I doing wrong here? Ah. Okay, so now I'll get a list with some nulls, some nils. So if I can not find anything, I can add a default, right? Enumerable default function. So the default would be an empty change set for form, look, skin, die. Can I just do this? I'm getting change sets here, right? So this should be change sets. Position being the index. Okay, this is nasty as fuck, I have to admit. Okay, this is This is like not Elixir at all. But what do I need to return for prepare changes? Change sets. Okay, wait, what are we getting here? What we're getting here is what we're getting here is a list of change sets. And what I need to do is I need to put changes, change set, but this gives me a change set. So that's okay, because then I'll just need to add an else here. That's fine, it's fine, guys. We just first need to check if it works. Okay, put changes. This is... What is this? Guys embed. Put changes. Put change. Okay, let me think. What are we doing here? Every time you were to update a look skin, which is a relationship between a look and a skin. Like a skin, a look has a bunch of skins. Skins, or look skin is the relation table with them, has dyes because you can select the color of a specific look, like skin. Okay, it has like 4 slots or 3 slots depending on the skin. So every time we were to change the skin, we need to update the amount of slots that are being rendered. Okay? So if I change this to this skin, it crashes. I have too many debug statements. Where's the red? Here. And the event skin change. Oh, okay. That's on me. Okay. What is going on here? Why is this not changing? Oh, we're not passing the skins yet. Right. Every time the look skin changes that. Okay, yes, form schema. So now we want to pass, no, we are passing the skins to the change set. So we have skins here. Bro, I have too many debug statements. This is getting out of hand. Skins is nil. Skins is nil. This should have all the skins. Oh no. It's fine, guys. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just relax. Relax. Relax, okay? Relax. Okay? Seeing skins. Okay, 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 okay. Still not sure if I'm a big fan of that, but it is what it is. I just hate that this schema has so many dependencies. It has like, it needs to know about skins to in order to know about like how many slots it needs to render. It's crazy. Okay, so let's just do the helm. I need to know about a helm skin that has only so many slots. What is it? Type is armor. And subtype is helm. Apprentice band. Order by name. Acolyte mask. Okay, that just does not work. Okay, where are we at? Where are we at? What's the issue here? Ladies and gentlemen, what's the issue here? This is not this. Let me do this, see what happens. Change set 3 on privates. Where is this being called? Oh, okay. Any context is not passed to some other places. Right, okay. Okay. Why are some skins empty? Why are some skins empty? Because they are empty. That makes sense. Okay. I think we're good. The back pieces are rendering the back pieces. Okay, so where are we at here? We are here. Skin ID. Oh. Let's close this one. Let's go only here. Should all be sort of empty. Click. Prepare changes. Oh, prepare changes are... will be called when the change set... the change set given to the repository is valid. The function prepare will be called with the change set and must return a change set to allow the final changes. So what if I do this? This is what I get, right? Could I just get a chain set? What's the issue here? Cannot pipe kernel then. Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Okay, what is the issue here? Numerable for atom. That's actually not what I want to do at all. Oops. I actually, wait, I do want to do that. Skins, find the ID, the skin ID. So skins, enumerable not implemented for not value nil. Oh. Right. Okay, that's... Does this work? Send event variable skin. If my far enum is gonna curse to me, yeah, I mean, that is very true. You are completely correct. We are actually erroring on this. Skin dice slots. No, we're here. Okay. Yeah, okay. Let me just YOLO it further. We're further YOLOing. I just want to see if this actually works. So when true, we always change set. Okay. If there's no skins, we always change set. Okay. We can also do... It's kind of... I mean, it's fucking cursed that skins is nil, right? Sometimes. That is just absolutely cursed. Oh, this is why I hate how this feels. I hate how this feels. Why don't you overload it? Because it... Wait, why is it nil, actually? Yeah, I could do that, but I'm actually not sure why it is nil. Because who is passing nil to it? Now that I think about it. Because I assume that the inputs for... Oh yeah, we haven't implemented it for this yet, that's why. Okay, yeah, sure. This is still Giga cursed, but it's okay. Let's continue for now. That value nil, so we're still in nil territory. Okay, I want to check something. If skins wait, we're not doing the skin shit anymore, right? No. Okay. Skins is this. Sure. Backpack. Looks skin 80. Helm. Abaddon's mask. But why is skins nil? Like, who is calling this? Is this just the... when you're rendering the form and you're doing inputs for? Is input... wait, what the fuck does inputs for need to do with chain set? Is it gonna call chain set on it? Is nil. Skins do raise test. Yeah. You know what I hate? Is that inputs for is so magical. I mean, this is kind of similar to what we need here. This is... It's just weird, you know? It's like, calculate remaining day is its own thing. The problem is I need to change the change set depending on another value within another change set, depending on a value that is not tracked by the change set. So the issue that we're having here is that skins by itself, or the skin that is picked, is not tracked by the change set. Like, we do not care about the skin that is picked. What we could do, though, is to follow the instructions that were here and be like, put the remaining time depending on the change set that were here. Which could mean setting a virtual field for the skin every time the skin changes. So we would be... start with that. So let's go like... put skin... change set... and skins. And then we kind of just put change. So we check if skins is nil, which will be very weird. And then after that, we do skins. And then what we kind of do is this. So check if the skin ID get fields. Skin ID. Enum dots. No, this is... we go iterate over the skins. We get the skin or nil. And then... or we just... or maybe this is cleaner? I'm not sure. Can do... So when it's nil, we just do the change set, and otherwise we get the skin, and then we put change skin skin. And then we put the skin here. And then what we can do after the dies have been set, we can say update. It's like set the die slots basically, like update die slots. So we get the chain set, which may or may not have the skin. If it does have a skin, we need to kind of do this logic here. So this only needs this. And then we get the skin. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it cooked here, but... check if it has the skin. So we need to do like this width thing, right? And then I need to check. I don't know if you can do a when with this, but... I don't know if you can do this, but we'll find out, I guess. Okay, let's continue first with the cases. So we first need to check, get the skin. The skin knows about the die slots. And if we know the skin, then it's just an operation. So it's actually just skin. So if the skin is there, then we need to do some stuff. We need to get the die slots. And then die slots. So we have two fields, right? We might potentially change the skin, which has a certain set of die slots on it, but the chain set might also still have dies on it, right? Let's say you selected a skin, you set some dies, then you change the skin to something that has less die slots. You would still have those die slots in those specific slots. So, those colors. So, we iterate over the die slots because that is the amount of slots that it has. Then we need to find and see if we have a die in that channel. So I think I think this is a case of like width, you know? But I need to see. Because we have like... dies can be... this can be empty list. And then is the if the skin is there, then we can say, okay, iterate over the die slots, map it, and then for every slot, but we don't care about the slot, we care about the index, we do a check for the dies, enum.find, where it's kind of the same. So it's like where the ID, no, where the position is equal to the index. And if this is null, then I want to add a default value. And if that is not the case, what are we doing here? We're checking if there is a die for the slot, and if that is the case, we can keep it. This is the change set, right? So we cannot do position on that. Because what we're getting here is this bunch of change sets for dies. Which is just the relational table within look, skin, die. So... oh god. Get field. Position equals index. And if that is the case, then you can use it. You can use the chain set. Otherwise, we need to use an empty one again. So we would need this. But then the change set. So what we really need is this. I have no idea if this is gonna work. Let's find out. We are running with position here, right? Yeah. Empty to return an ecto chain set, but oh yeah, we need to put change. Dies. No wait, this is already there, so. What is the issue here? Oh wait, no, wait, we're in the wrong place. We're inside the map. Okay, so far so good. Okay, fuck. Yeah, this one should be easy because this one is empty. Okay. I update the value of helm to this. Nope. Skins. Skins are there. Skin ID is there. Skin. Put change. Skin is there. Am I crazy? Dice is empty. Da-da-da. Skin ID, position, skins. Here we go again. Wait, what the fuck? What's the issue? I didn't do anything differently. I'm just debugging. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it saved the wrong file or something. What's up, Jolie? Form schema. Let's remove this skins here, because we know that one exists. Form looks skin. Nil. Makes sense. Cast. Skin ID attributes. Position, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Abaddon's mask. Look form skin. Boom. Skin ID. Skin ID has changed. Changed position. Maybe put skin. Did not change the skin. Skins is nil. I'm gonna throw something out of the window. How is skins nil? Like what? How the hell is that even happening? Like any place where this is called, is this handle event safe? We're not even there yet. Skins. This is also on saving. We're not saving yet. I just feel like this is not the right way. Not the right way. Okay, you know what? You know what? You know what? Fuck, that doesn't work. Actually, this can work. Oh, we do need that. I'm dying on the inside. I gotta be honest here. I am dying on the inside. Because to me... Let me see. 1, 2, 3. No reason for that to be optional anyways. Why is this not crashing? Nil? Oh, shit. Oh my god, I'm so stupid, actually. Oh my god. I was like, there has to be something magical, but it's just me being stupid, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck's sake, man. What was the issue? It's just I was passing get in on a list or like on a map, but the value actually didn't exist. It works. Holy shit. Look at that. Okay, now that goes wrong. So what is the issue? So now I'm switching. Get fields. For fuck's sake, man. Get fields. No clause mentioned get field 3. Is that what it says here? 3? Get field. Oh, that is not a change set. Look skin. Is this not a... Wait, is this... Look skin die? Is this not a change set? When I'm doing a cost embed, don't you get like change sets back? What the hell? What the frick? Yeah, let's get rid of all the fucking DBGs, okay? We ain't DBGing anymore. Sometimes, man, sometimes I'm just really stupid. Actually, most times I'm pretty stupid. Okay, we're at the empty form. We select the thing. It's going from... It's basically going from... this being empty because there's no dice. Right? Look skin, dies empty, casts, blah blah blah, it's all good. Get fields, empty list. Get fields, empty list, get field skin, there is no skin. Right. Okay, now there is a skin. So it's setting the skin. Maybe puts the skin in here, and then the dice slots are that. And then the dice that we've selected is still empty, which makes sense. But then we iterate, and then we look at the dice being empty. Why are the dice empty? Okay, but that's actually fine. Dice is empty because there's no dice assigned. This is a dice that we actually set ourselves. But this should be... fine. We click, we select, bada bing, bada boom. Change set, change set, change set, change set. Right. Okay. That makes sense. So that's why I'm thinking, why is it when I change it any different? Why am I getting form look skin die? Get fields for dies. Oh, right. Righty. Righty. Oh, my dad is calling, 1 sec. Okay, so where were we at? So it turns out that get field gets you the field value, which makes sense, not the change sets. But actually, I want to get the change sets because I kind of want to just alter the order or like something like that. Get embed. Get the embedded entries or from the change. There's normalized. The return data is normalized to change sets by default. So get fields. While change get looks at the current changes to receive your value, the function looks at the and fallbacks to the data. Use get change. Get if you want to receive relations. You want to receive the relations as change set, or if you want more fine-grained control. That's what I want. Get field can be done here, but we need to get embeds. Okay, we pick one, and then we move to another. That's it. That's all it took. But now if I pick a color and I swap, it should remain that color, yeah. And then when I select a couple values and I go back, then it should wipe that, and then when I go back, yeah. Sick. That's big. Now, obviously, this is not the UI we're going to be using, but at least the form data is like done in such a way that this works. So that is important. That is important. Now, am I happy with this implementation? Is the question. What are we doing here? Because this is kind of the same thing as we were doing here. But then here we're returning chain sets, and here we're returning like the objects. Die slots map. We need to have thingies like this. I'm thinking Like I can make this a higher order function, but I don't know how Elixir like likes that. Okay. Let's fix the rest. So this should all be... I think the back is also... UI is like so hard to work with. Is not no. Or is it not subtype, but it's type? Oh, it's type. Okay. Still feels very weird, but you know, it is what it is. Alright, let's see. What is the milestone we want to get to before I call it? Because I also still need to eat. Okay, we are still alive. We did not crash. So I pick one. Pick another. Pick one. Pick another. That works pretty well. Attachments is unused. Right, yeah, this is what we're still working on. Put change. How deep can I put change? This opens up quite some things, actually. This opens up quite some things. The die selected events might not be necessary anymore. We might just be able to set some input fields, some hidden input fields, which will trickle up and update the form, which is quite interesting. Because instead of like rendering the select, right, with the values, we can just render an empty thing. Skin inputs. Didn't I have a hidden fields? Oh, maybe I removed it. No, it is here. It's just not in this list. Type hidden. Okay, so we do this, and then we render that, and then we render this only when dies. And then this. So that's just for the hidden stuff. And then if we have a caller ID, for the skin that we have selected. So for the fields should have empty fields now. So we don't have to actually render it by skin anymore. We can do it iterating over this. This should be around it. And then we need to render a button or each slot. That is not the case. We are already in a slot. Maybe we need to do an if here too. If field dies. I don't know, let's see. So this is die.index. Die.index. And then here we have edit die, which is gonna be the field and the index. So I think if we encapsulate this into its own component, it will actually be a lot easier, I think. Okay, let's start with this. Get rid of this. See what we get. Index undefined. Okay. That makes sense. So now I select one, we get the die channels. I click one, it crashes. But let's just start with this. Allow. Don't require skin. Allow hidden inputs. What was the crash? Add skins context or look schema. Change schema die slots on skin change. Okay. Change update die slots on skin change. That's pretty much the exact same commit that I did just now, so let's just maybe combine those. Still works, right? Ooh. Oh, that is correct, but it's rendering too many children. So, yeah, that is an issue. Yeah, that is an issue. So this grid is depending on the children inside of it, and the children inside of it is rendering more children than it is checking for. So let's make a grid die grid item, and then we make this, instead of this, it should be like that, maybe? No. What's up, Ludo? Welcome in. I need only child, but only for a specific selector. The moment Safari's NTH child off bar. Only Safari supports NTH childs. Am I coding? I'm coding. Oh. Widely supported. Of syntax. Ah, it's kind of widely supported actually. What about first child? Where's first child? First child doesn't have an off. Dang it. First of type. Fuck's sake. I guess. Okay, that seems to work. Okay, that does not work. Minus n plus 3. Minus n. Okay, this is correct. What's up, Lisa? What am I coding? Yeah, I'm coding a website, as Lisa already send out the commands. It's basically a website to show off like your fashion in Guild Wars 2. So this is correct. It's a bit of more complicated. When Digrid has I need to double check if all of the cases are working. So this one works. That one does not work. 2 items. Okay, that works. It's kind of weird how the same skin. Oh no, this is different. Yeah. 3. 3 is not working either. That's because probably. Okay, now all of the cases are working again. Okay. That's 1. That's 4. That's 2. And that's 3. Okay. Fix die grids. Not working with inputs 4. Okay, now next up, and I think that's... Oh shit, we're missing one thing. Now next up, I think what we need to do... Oh, we need to fix that now and here as well, I think. Well, I'm not showing it here, but I'm showing it in here. Yeah. I think I should make that a component, you know? It's a lot easier to change it in one place. But I guess you cannot really make it an easy component because these ones are buttons and the other ones are not. Let me fix that as well. Fixed. Okay, now lastly, and I think that's what we're gonna call it. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna click on one of those thingies. Let's maybe go to an existing one. We click on it, it should crash. Enum at form attachment. Oh, that's where it goes wrong. Edit die, edit die, edit look skin. Edit look skin die. If blah blah blah. I select their modal, colors, get attachment, yeah. Click, right? The die selector opens. And then when I click on one, it crashes because that's not implemented. Handle info, die selected, helm, blah, blah, blah. All goods. Okay, we send a message to ourselves, die selected. With the owner and the color. Let's take this and let's handle it. So this is here. Okay, so now we have received a message saying that I, as the thingy fields, have updated the color. which is actually interesting because when it crashes, it cannot get the skin. Interestingly enough, that is something to consider. That is gonna be a subtle bug. I click, I select, and now we need to change a couple things. So what we need to do is we need to assign this to be nil. This way the modal will close when we click. And then what we need to do is we need to figure out, same for this, we take the change set, and then we need to find the field, but the field is an atom, and what we're getting back is a string. And the reason for that is, in theory, that we shouldn't need that, because we can probably just say index. Although the index we know as well, so maybe we should just do this. Edit die. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take socket assigns no, we do need it because we don't know it at that time. I'm thinking, like, it seems shit. Okay, wait, maybe get field does work though. Maybe get field with a string does work. So this would be the what would we get here? The skin look skin change set, right? I don't think we get the change set here, but click. No. Right. It says it needs to be an atom. Change set get field by string. It feels weird to do I don't know how trustworthy this can be, you know? Like, can I change the value here? Like, it feels like whatever I'm passing here to edit die is gonna be like user inputs, kind of. Which in turn means that if I do this to Atom, it would fuck me over. But I wouldn't know how else to traverse and find the field. So let me think, what are we doing here? We're clicking on something that opens a modal. The modal callback tells me which value has changed. To existing atom. Is that a thing? Inlined by the compiler. Oh. Can it even do that? How can it inline it in a compiler? Because this is dynamic, no? Thanks though, Brainless Society. That's huge. This is a very messy thing. We can definitely break this out, but need to be very aware of like how dangerous this potentially is. Click. Okay, that's good. And then we can set the die, right? The specific die. So we need the get embed. How about that? What happens then? Click. Change set. Action nil. Data valid. Is actually what I need. I mean, I guess I could do the same as this, pretty much. I can just be like, get the fields. Get fields. I get the look skin change set. And then I then put the change on that. So this is the updated dice is attachments. I feel like I've done the same thing so many times. All we need to do is a change. So if I made this get embeds, and then I get the embed for the dies. Oh god. What did it cook? What the fuck did it just cook? This has a potential of blowing up though, right? Click, click. The list of change set, that's good, no? Is that good? No, put change needs the values, right? So I don't think this makes sense. Unless I do like ecto put change. No, because I think you need to give it the list anyways. So I think what's best is to do what we had before. Get the fields. Get the dies. And then update the specific index. So it's kind of just like this. What am I getting back? Die selector modal. I assume I'm just getting the ID back, right? Yes. Okay, now this is nested. So I think this might need to be embeds. Get embeds. I have to change the put change, and then I need to. This is the change set. Man, this is so annoying. Wait, does it need to be like this? Oh, you can do a put embeds. So I can do everything with embeds, theoretically. That actually makes it nicer, I think. Given there's no change, list of values supported by put association. Actually, maybe not. Change set, put change. Put embeds. Embed entry or entries as a change. Well, let's try it out, I guess. Let's try it out. Get embeds. Change set, get the field. So we have the look skin, and then we do ecto change set dot get embeds for the look skin, and then give me the dies, which gives me associations. Then we do the index, and then we do if this is this, then we do ecto change set dot put change die caller ID, and then otherwise we return the die, which is a change set. And then at the end we do put embeds, and we do change set to be updated look skin. Okay. So now we're updating the entire field, the look form. Look skin fields. With the updated look skin, and then that should be put into a to form. Is that correct? Boom. That's just a silly crash. Click. Click. Crash. You're not allowed to update the existing entry by giving updated fields as a map. You've set the relationship of relationship helm of form schema unreplaced set to update, but you're giving it a struct change set to put change. Since you've set unreplaced to update, you're only allowed to update the existing entry by giving updated fields as a map or keyword list. Updated fields as a map or keyword list. Okay. I didn't know I could do that. I don't really know exactly how this is supposed to work. Is it because I'm doing a chain set? I think that's the reason. Okay, I'm getting the look skin. Skin that dies. Override them. And take this. That not correct? So how do I make this change then? Ecto, change set, put change, look, skin, dies. I don't think this is actually the issue. I think it's like... I think the issue is here. So when I do ecto change set, updated change set, the limiter misleading the... Oh yeah. Click. Oh my god, it's almost 10 p.m. guys. I still haven't eaten yet. Fuck me. No function matching put change 3. Probably do that. Yeah, I should probably do that. What is the issue? Put change 3. Put change. This expects a change set. So what if we do... Look. think it's the same issue, right? Oh boy. Change nested field change set actor. What if I do replace instead of update? Like, I don't want to replace. I don't want to replace. Like, I don't want to delete. I want to update if possible. I think this will work though, but not ideal. Oh. Okay. That worked, and now I have to make sure that the caller ID is actually being rendered. So, because then we're done. Skin inputs. Here we are, bada bing, bada boom. And then we need to do style, background color, dye ID, blah, blah, blah. Click. No. Oh, actually, wait. We need to render the RGB value, which we are doing in the show. This thing. Dun, dun, dun. Dye, that's color ID, dies. What is dies here? It has dies, right? So what are we doing here? Die slots. Die slot color. Where am I get the dye color from, actually? Because I now have the color ID, but I don't have the color itself. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I only have caller ID. Pretty much the same issue. I'm referencing an association that I do not have. Oh, that's for another day. That is for another day. I think the value is set correctly, though. Click. $385. Cannot click it anymore, which is interesting. Why is that? What? What? I don't actually see any events coming in. Weirdly enough. I'm clicking on the button. Oh, there's all kinds of errors. Click. 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 Okay. So we have access to colors. Yeah, this is something we can easily cache, I think. It's not a big deal. I'm just gonna... This is the last thing I'm gonna do, guys, and then it's gonna be done. Okay, when there is a color set, and the color set will be set by here. FB find color by ID. Colors ID. Ooh, I think I can... If we don't have dyes, then we don't need colors. Why is it crashing on save to IO data? Oh. It's not actually crashing on that. It's just really slow right now. Fields. Oh god, we need the value in here, which is not what I have. Some OG pest kind. If you ever heard the song Reckless Child from Milky Chance, I have not. So this doesn't work. Because it's per die. The die field caller ID. Can I do this? This does not seem like the right thing to do, but... Oh, I'm seeing a color. Oh! Oh! Shit! Okay. There we go. Okay, this is not... I'm not too happy about this. Especially this. Not very happy about this. But maybe it doesn't really matter. But hey, all that matters is that something is working. And we have die callers. That's all that matters. So we have this shit working. So this is the current value, which is correct. So if we change the value in the database to any other caller, let's find any other caller. Let's go for Adobe Sunset. Then that color changes. Nice. Okay, very good. I'm super hungry. Okay. It's definitely not what I want to see. Still not. Like, I feel like we're working on a hack on top of a hack, but... I feel like we're sort of hacking on top of a hack, but let's just make it work, you know? Make it work. Like, we'll take the time, like, future Boyd will have to take the time to refactor some of this shit. But here we are, we're doing it. I think in the next one we'll just write some tests, or maybe I'll just write some tests off stream, because writing the tests on stream is always a bit boring. But this is good. This is huge. There's still the crash, where if something goes wrong, all of a sudden the die slots are not being rendered. And I'm not sure why that is. But I think the rewrite would be, as we discussed in the previous session, I think the rewrite will be do everything in change set first. So rewrite it from scratch, make the API super solid in change sets only, and then implement it in LiveView. So test the ever-living shit out of your change sets all the way through with APIs like that make sense for the business, and then build the LiveView, because the LiveView is where a lot of the mess is now, and there's now like a lot of business logic in the live view and whatever else. It is just where it is now, and I just don't have the time to refactor. So it's just like adds show the selected die within the view. Okay. I think we'll need to run the test. If the tests pass, I'm gonna be very happy, but I don't think so. Oh, okay, we also have some change set 1 is private. Skins. Yeah, we need to pass skins now. It's good that he caught this. I didn't hit the save button yet, so it would have been caught there. There's another one, right? Yeah. This one as well. Oh, the tests are passing. One more. Feels like so much duplication, but it's the update and the save, so. Yeah, I think the test will pass because nothing like from the skin like side has changed. It's just the fix warnings or okay, let me see if I save if it's actually working. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. Nice, very good. And the tests are passing because we don't really have tests for dice yet, right? So it's that makes sense. So we'll have to write those. We record a quick screencast showing what we've done. So that future me can look back at them and be like, holy shit, that's so cool. Okay. Let's first create the draft so the build can run. Oh god, this is so ugly. Maybe I'll come up with some other way of doing this. Saving a look skinned. Actually, look skin die should have this as required. As soon as the entry is there, we should just get rid of the hidden ones. Bro, you gotta eat. Yeah, I gotta eat. To do. Find a better name. I'm still not really happy about this, but it's fine. To do look if this can be done easier way, and if this can stay as updates. The issue is that we cannot do puts. This is not super readable anymore either. Okay, all right, that's it. We still have, this task will not be done. So managing dice still needs to have a couple things. Like you need to be able to search for a specific die. But the fact that this kind of already works is pretty massive. So, so the fact that we can select this is pretty big. We still need to be able to search for those specific dice, but you know, that's okay. We'll manage that at some other point. And then the next step will be write some tests and maybe make it a bit better. But we're running out of time, you know, there's still a lot of stuff to do. So I think this will just see the light of day during the beta or something, and then we'll figure out if we can go live with this or not. And then there's a bunch of other stuff to do. So I think this is a good step. I think at this point we're at a stage where pretty much everything that needs to be filled in, we should be fine. So that's great news. And I think the behavior of it is kind of fine. There's still some things like searching the die and also in the die modal, right? Like in the die modal, being able to see the dies that you've selected in this look previously will be nice, but that's, you know, that's for another day. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. If you're on YouTube, thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I'll probably be streaming coding every Saturday or Sunday, but in the coming weeks, because of the Christmas time, I might do some in between because I have a little bit more time on my hands, and the deadline is also nearing. So we need to see what we're gonna do. But yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. Catch you guys later.